Good morning. How's it going? Oh no. Oh damn, okay, wait. I didn't open Twitch or YouTube or anything. My bad. Okay, if you said something, I didn't see it. Because I'm not in the chat myself. Let's give it a try. Okay, there we go. There's Twitch. Pop out the chat so I can see it. Slap it over there. And YouTube. And pop out the chat. Slap it right there. Okay. I'm set up. Hello. Okay. Sorted. And the stream is good. Yeah, no problems. Okay, cool. Let's get into it, shall we? Okay, so I kind of don't know exactly what I'm busy with. I'm kind of busy with a lot of stuff, to be honest. So if we go to our, not brainstorming, I don't think that's the problem. Streaming to do. Okay, so I am currently busy with the frog, right? So yesterday I figured out how to improve the projectile speed. And I made it so that the frogs at least have a lower attack speed. So they are not less frequent, but I did reduce their attack speed, right? So I did that. I made the bombs fly slower as well. Okay, but now I want the danger zone. So here's a couple of things. I want to make frogs more accurate, right? I want to do that, and I want to include a danger zone. So I did go yesterday, and I kind of figured out how to do decals. So you can use a decal, obviously, to indicate where the bomb's going to land. So I figured that out. So I'm gonna try and implement that, and then I want the frogs to do some kind of a predictive throw. So they throw a little bit in front of your character so that the odds of hitting you are increased. Okay, so that's a little bit of a thing, right? And actually, I wanna use the decals to fix a few other visuals as well. Yeah, so that I think is the idea for today. I wonder if I could just. I spent so much time on the frog. Maybe I just take the frog. Is this the frog? Oh no, this is my wife's thing. This wasn't my thing. RBE, that's mine. Ranged bomber enemy. Okay, let's just start on this one. Yeah, I think that's going to be better. Okay. So here we are. This is the bomb manager. So this is how we move the bomb. Now there's a few things we could still maybe do here. Well, I don't think so. I think I've done a good job, generally speaking, to get all of this right. Now, one thing I did want to try maybe is to do a fixed update, maybe. Now, I don't know what happens if I do time.delta time on fixed update, right? Oh, you do fixed delta time. Okay, let's try that. I believe that is a little less heavy on the computer, right? Because this is run less frequently, right? Right, so we can try that. Okay, and then actual timers, we can just do them over there. Okay. What I also did yesterday was I spent a lot of honestly I spent a lot of time that I didn't track, if I think about it now. Okay, so this is the start of the decal being figured out. We'll play with this a little bit more now. Oh, come on, Unity, man. Come on, Unity, my boy, my guy. Nice warm tea. Yeah, this is taking forever. Okay. But, what I also... So this is just a test decal that I'm busy playing with. See how they work. They're quite intuitive. They're not that bad. Yeah. Okay, but... okay, what did I want to do? Oh yes, I wanted to show off. So what I did yesterday was I changed the animation for the bomb throwing as well as the projectile motion. So you'll see now that the bomb, it's thrown. I made it so he doesn't throw it overhand. He throws that as a underhand, if that makes sense. Don't know if my English is correct there, but if I spawn one, you'll see they don't throw the way they used to. So they kind of take there. And I think this looks better. Yeah. Okay, now it's obviously when you see one, it's not that amazing. Let's do like 6. Okay, we still have an issue where the bombs, they kind of explode when hitting themselves. Okay, but that's kind of it. Yo, this guy, how's it going, man? Yeah, I think that is overall better. Okay, so now that we've done that, we can also check. We can try to make the decal appear. Right, so let's do that. Okay, so if I think about this, I want the decal. How do I want the decal to work? Right, something like this. This is just a test one. Obviously, I'll have to resize it and whatnot. So that it's the right size or whatever. But if this is my decal, I think what I should do is make a prefab for the decal. Chilling kid free. Nice and relaxing. Doing some UI. Very nice. I must say it feels good not having to do UI right now. It's been a long couple of weeks, or a long few weeks. It wasn't just a couple, let's be honest. It took me a while to get the UI done. It's actually kind of weird. It's after I've done all the UI, the actual game development feels easier. Don't know why that is the case. Like, is UI conceptually really that much more? Well, so much more fiddly that I feel like I'm having a much easier time right now. Who knows? Okay. So we kind of want to create a prefab in here somewhere. I think I'm just going to create a new... that's not what I wanted to do. Folder called decal. Right, so I'll create the decal and I'll make a... Okay, so let's say bomb. Let's just call it the bomb decal. Right, that's easy enough. So that's my prefab. We can drag it in there. And we can open it up, I guess. Well, don't have to open it up. Okay, so let's think about how we want to make this thing work. So one of the first things I think we need to do is maybe just get the bomb and the decal kind of in the same place. I just want to see... You know. Okay, so they are roughly in the same place, right? Okay, so a few things we need to do. So first of all, the decal needs to be scaled to the bomb damage zone size. Okay, so we need to get that. I think this essentially scales it, right? I mean, but I can just scale it like this. Oh, no, you can't. Interesting. Oh, it's scale. Okay, we can inherit from hierarchy. Why not? Okay, I see what's happening. Okay, let's not make it scale like that exactly. Okay, so let's do something like this. That's roughly the correct size, right? Yeah, I mean it's close enough, and you'll get the idea. Okay. So if that's my bomb decal, now obviously I can go and still fiddle with some of these the settings and things, but for now let's work with that. Okay, so one of the issues I noticed with these decals, I don't know, it's probably not an issue, but obviously it projects onto everything in the way. So it'll project onto this bomb. Now, I don't want that to be the case. Alright, so how do we make it ignore certain things? Rendering layers. I mean, it seems like that one would be good, but it's not necessarily. So all I'm thinking is, when the decal is projected onto the floor, I don't want, when you as the character run through it to project on top of you. I want it to, you know, kind of ignore the character. But yeah, I have no idea how to make that work. Specify that rendering layer mask for this projector unit renders decals on all meshes where at least one rendering matches. Do I need to create rendering layers? I don't even know. So these are just... Oh, here we have rendering layers. Ah, okay. So if I add one, so we have a default. So I can add one, call it the terrain. Right. And if I change this thing to render on the terrain only, okay, but now okay, it's still rendering on everything. At least one rendering, right? Okay. So let's think. You there, bomb. Okay, you're just in the default layer. Okay, that's fine. So how do we change your rendering layer? This is now... Oh, it's probably got something to do with the mesh, right? So if I take this mesh... Oh, rendering a layer mask. Okay, default. Yeah, I don't know if terrain is set up correctly. Okay, but you're just on default now. Okay, I'm not entirely sure what exactly I'm doing at the moment. If I say nothing... Oh, okay. That's now a new thing. Okay, so for instance, this terrain over here. This terrain, I want it to render... Okay, how do I tell the terrain where to render, actually? Do I go into settings? Okay, it's got a material. Oh, maybe the material is what I change? I don't actually know. This is interesting. Okay, so... Okay, here we have rendering layer mask default. If I make this the terrain and remove the other ones. Okay, so that did change something for me. That's probably a light problem? Don't actually know. We have our directional light. So if I tell it to render on everything, and I go to my terrain, and I change its rendering mask to be terrain and not default. Okay, so that works. Okay, so the only thing that doesn't work is this one. I tell it to render on the terrain, but it's still rendering over top of the bomb. Yeah, okay, and it renders over top of the totems and everything else. So let's apply all. Maybe that's the thing. Yeah, because I kind of just wanted to ignore the bomb, right? So it's on the default only for the mesh. I don't know if there's something I need to do with the material. I don't think so, no. Well, that's a little annoying. Okay, how to get decal to ignore certain objects unity. Let's see. By assigning different rendering layers to the decal and objects, you can control which objects are affected by the decal. So I did that. Yeah, so it doesn't seem like it's working. But I did do what they are suggesting here. So nothing. Yeah, so there's something strange happening here. So even if I select nothing, it's still rendering. Maybe it works with if we are in the game. Well, we could try that. So if I just... Oh wait, I did the wrong thing. Whoopsie. Damn it! Okay, we're gonna have an issue here. Yeah, the bomb projectile is gonna be okay, but let's click on the decal. Okay, so it is. Yeah, and this is kind of my problem, right? I don't want it to render on top of my player, and it's currently rendering on nothing. That's weird. So let's see, decal, Unity URP decal still renders when rendering layer is set to nothing. Okay, so there's two other settings that maybe I missed when I set this up. Okay, so the first thing is in the light settings for URP. I don't know where that would be. Okay, so let's see. I think it's... URP settings. Okay, here's my global settings for Universal Render Pipeline. Yeah, let's see, maybe it's here. Okay, so they say in the use rendering layers is enabled in both the URP Under lighting settings. Okay, under lighting. Where is lighting? I don't see it. Maybe it's here? Okay, here we have lighting. Use rendering layers. I don't see that option. I mean, maybe I'm just dumb. Post-processing volumes. Okay. Okay. I am not sure. Don't see it here. Okay, so let's just assume that's not the problem. Let's see what the other one is. And the decal renderer feature within your universal. Okay. Decal renderer feature. Use rendering layers. Okay. Right there. Okay, cool. So if that was a setting that I needed to set, then I suppose if I do this on terrain now, okay, I activate it and I take the bomb and I move it around. Okay, so it's still doing whatever it likes. It's just ignoring me. Okay, why is it just ignoring me? What? Okay, this is pretty dumb. It just switches off. What am I missing? This is pretty stupid. What does check out do? Check in. Ah, this is so annoying. It just doesn't want to take it. Your P decal renderer does not want to activate use rendering layers. This is so bizarre. Okay. Universal render pipeline asset. So that is what I did, right? I'm pretty sure I did that. So right. Then it says under lighting. Or do I need to open it like this? I mean, there's nothing here about lighting. Unless I need to open the asset itself. Okay, like that maybe. Maybe that's what they meant. Okay, now I have both. So under lighting, there's nothing about... Let's see, somebody needs to show this to me. Universal Enter Pipeline drop 3-dot option. Show additional properties. Use. Okay, it's hidden. Okay, let's see if we can find it. So, advanced properties. Ah, jeez. Okay, yeah, but use rendering layers. Was ticked. Then I unticked it, and now it's unhappy about it. Okay, now where's that other setting? Okay, let's see. Okay, so that's the first one sorted. Now the other one, I guess it's this one. I mean, I'm pretty sure I did this. Okay, so apparently Unity shows the rendering range property on each decal projector. So if that is the case, then this thing must be active because I have a rendering layer. It just doesn't really care what I select. Which is pretty annoying. Yeah, because all my other settings are correct. Oh, maybe I must stick it there. Okay, it stayed ticked this time. So let's see. Okay, so it's set to terrain. Yay! Okay, fantastic. Okay, so that worked out. That's good. Okay, so I just need to change my terrain settings to actually be on the rendering layer mask terrain. Okay, cool. So it will work for the base one. Okay, so this is a start. Obviously, I can go through all the other ones and fix it. Okay, but for now, let's see if we can't make this thing then appear. Ooh, using some code, right? Okay, so what we want is this little crosshair to appear as soon as a bomb is thrown. Okay, so what that means is we need to predict the position where the bomb is gonna land. Okay, based on some of these equations, and then send it to something so that a new decal can be spawned in. Okay, so if we look at our pooler, all these things are at 0, 0. Okay, cool. So okay, let's try and just predict the position, and then what we can do is, as soon as this thing, so we have a time to explode, but what if we also do debug.log transform.position, right? Something like that. So we just, when it explodes, we tell ourselves what the position was of the explosion. Okay, so let's see if we can figure this out. So we know roughly how quickly it's going to move, right? We know which direction it's going to move in. So it should, in theory, just be a case of yeah, this shouldn't be that difficult. So let's see. So debug.log. Okay, so this is the predicted location. Okay. And, okay, this is how we're going to predict the location. So, just put a little, thingy there, and let's do some math. Okay, so it should be fairly straightforward, because it is essentially going to be this. So, we're going to take a direction to target, right? Then we're going to multiply it by our predicted time to explode. Then we're going to multiply that. No, we're just going to multiply that by distance to target. No, wait. We want... Yeah, direction to target. Multiplied by distance to target. Right. So just direction multiplied by distance. So that's a vector, essentially. And that should get us there. Yeah, it's a little bit dumb, because it is just the direction at the end of the day. Okay, so that is actually very straightforward. Right, because the timing, the time variable is kind of pointless at this point. We might use the timing to affect when exactly the decal gets shown. But for now, I mean, just getting the distance, the predicted location is very straightforward. So let's see how accurate that is. I'm pretty sure it's quite accurate. So, okay, we can leave the decal there just for the fun. Let's give it a quick try. There is one potential problem, and that is whether this is world space or local space. And that could be an issue, so we'll see how this works out. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what it's actually going to give us. Okay, well, let's give it a go. Test spawner. Spawn me one enemy with a bomb. Let's see what they do. Okay. Yeah, okay. So that's exactly what I thought. So the prediction is wrong, because it's it's not accounting for world space. Yeah. Okay, so we need to figure out a way to get this into world space, because we need a world coordinate to give to the decal. Right, so this direction is the position of the player in the world and the position of the bomb when it spawns, right? Actually, wouldn't it just be the position of the player, theoretically? Right? This might be much easier than I thought. This could just be simply the position of the player. Let's see how good that works out. Because that should give us a world position. I believe. Let's give it a go. Let's see how this works out. Okay, we'll spawn in 1. Grab the chicken. Okay, let's see. Yeah, this should actually be much better. Yeah. Yeah, so we don't need to predict. Yeah, that's pretty close, right? It'll obviously explode sooner. Okay. Okay, so let's try something. Okay, so that's actually very straightforward. Now, the other thing we should try and see is if we can do a predictive throw. Okay. But okay, for now, let's get the decal to spawn in on top of the player. So whatever the predicted location is, I want a decal to spawn there. Right, and then as soon as the bomb explodes, I want the decal to go away. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so let's see how we want to do that. I think I'm just going to put that in the bomb, to be honest. Yeah, let's just put that code in the bomb. So let's do this. Public game object. No, we can do a decal. Wait, URP decal. I can't remember what the component name is. Decal projector. Might not be able to do that. Decal. Don't know if that will work. Okay, but essentially, once the force is applied, okay, so we could do this at any point, but let's for now just do this. So we want object pool manager dot spawn object decal projector. The parent, not really. We want this position, right? The predicted position. Okay. Position spawn rotation quaternion. Identity, and then the pool type. Let's just put it in game objects for now. We'll change that later. Okay, so but if we spawn the object like that, and then as soon as it explodes, we go object pool manager return object to pool. The object we want is the decal projector. And we don't actually need. Do I need to do this? Do I just do this as a... maybe we do spawn... No, this should work. Spawn object. The type is a decal projector. Right, and then return object to pull or return. Yeah, it's the only one I want. The only one I have. I could have sworn this was possible. Okay, so spawn object, we can do that with a type. Okay, so we have a spawn position, all that good stuff. It would be this kind of a spawn object. Right? Yeah, because we're spawning a decal, so we're using this spawn object. But return object to pull. So do I just have to do a return object to pull.game object? Yeah, that might be it. Okay, so let's just stick the decal projector prefab then into our bomb projectile prefab. Okay, so that right there we want the bomb decal. Okay, that should be fine. I hope. Okay, we can hide that one. Okay, well, let's just see if that works. And then we can start doing the predictive calculations, trying to get it to predict where the character's going to be. And in that way, the bombers are a little bit more difficult to deal with. Okay, no, test spawner. You know what, let's spawn like 4 bombers. Let's see what happens. Okay, so that's a problem. Okay, so my decals are not quite working with the pooling. So maybe we just do... Let's just get the game object center in there. Oh, I think the rotation might be the problem. Actually, now that I think about it, that's maybe why they look so bad. Okay, so let's think about that. Yeah, because they are getting rotated in some way. I'm not entirely sure how they are rotated, to be honest. Okay, so let's see. The base rotation. Okay. It should be 90 degrees on the X. Okay. Quaternion. New Quaternion. I don't actually know. Okay, how do we actually do this? X, Y, and Z. Okay, so is this just... Surely it's not just this, right? I have a hard time believing that works for the rotation. We'll see. I don't know if it's 90 degrees. I don't know if this thing understands that correctly. We can open it up and see. Yeah, don't know how it's gonna do this, to be honest. Well, let's see what it does, right? Let's see what it does. It might be correct to do it like that. We'll see. Otherwise, we need to get away to just set the rotation to the base rotation. Yeah, we'll see. This might just work, and then in that case, you know, no problems. Okay, so let's spawn in like 5. Okay, can spawn. Here we go. Okay, no, so that is certainly not the way it's supposed to be. Okay, it seems like my pooler is not having a good time either. Okay, so we do have decals here. I wonder what I'm doing wrong. So, I mean, we're creating them. They are spawning. Okay, they're spawning at the wrong... Right, that's for sure. We can do decal projector dot transform dot rotation here. That maybe could work. Then it's just the transform of the actual thing. Yeah, this is a strange one. Because I'm spawning it when I apply the force and it works. But I can't return it. I'm not sure what that's about. I guess I can't use the bombers to spawn them or something. I don't actually know. Who knows? It's not me. Well, what I could do instead... Okay, so if I don't want to do it this way, I could just do decal projector dot transform dot position. And we could just make it display at player manager dot instance transform dot position. Right, and then we do decal projector dot set active true. And what we can do always on enable is just set it to false. Right. Set it to false on enable just in case. So we set it to active true when it starts. And then here, instead of trying to return, we just set it to false again. Okay, yeah, so we just change the position. And then we change the... the activeness of it. Oh, but we haven't instantiated it. Yeah, that's also true. Yeah, okay, so this is kind of dumb. Why does my decal not want to work? I'm doing something wrong. That's definitely the case. I think maybe this thing cannot be the spawner. Although it works with the bombs. Yeah, the bombs have no problem returning themselves to the spawner. That is very interesting. Okay, so but this is not going to work out. Yeah, no, we can't do it this way. Oh, you know what? We need a reference to this thing when we spawn it. That might be it. That might be it. So we need public game object decal projector object. Yeah, that's the problem. So what we should do, we should make decal decal projector object. Yeah, because I'm still referencing the wrong thing, right? I'm referencing the prefab. I need to get a reference to this thing when I spawn it. Okay, and then I need to do decal projector dot transform dot rotation. So I need to get a reference like this. And then over here, when I need to do object pull manager dot return object to pull, and I need to give it the one that I made. Yeah, that's the thing. Okay, so I had that a bit backwards. Yeah, because I was just passing in the prefab again, but the prefab was never actually made and put into our decal, our pool. This thing is made and put into the pool, and we need to grab its reference and set it here. Now, obviously, this will return an existing decal if there is one, or it will make a decal. Give us the reference, and then we just grab that reference here when we want to return it. That's it. Okay, and I think this rotation should work as well, because this is the default rotation of the thing. The what's it called? The prefab. Okay, let's give it a go. I have good feelings about this. Good feelings indeed. Okay, let's get our tester going here. Let's just do 2 frogs quickly. Okay, something else is going. It's kind of working. Okay, so it's clipping a little bit. I think the height is off. Okay, we can pause it. Okay, so my idea is the height of the decal that just spawned in. Yeah, it's very low, so it's being set to a position of 0. It needs to be pulled up a little bit. Yeah, the Y position should be like 4 at least. Okay. Okay, so we can fix that one very easily. Well, it'll depend on. Okay, so this gets the player position. Player Y. And now what we could do is we could simply just add a vector 3.up times 4, right? So it's just a vector that's like 4 in the air. I don't know if it's going to work everywhere. We might have some issues on certain terrains. I could make it very much. I could make it like 10 if I really wanted. And then what I could do is I could just change the prefab to actually, project quite a bit down. So even if you have very uneven terrain, it shouldn't be a problem. We'll see now how this works. Okay, let's see. So the decal, if we show it, so if I made the Y10, right, which is what I'm attempting to do, I should set the projection depth to 11, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so we can just apply all so that the projection depth is correct, and it should be positioned at 11, I believe. Okay, we can hide this decal again, give the game a play, and see. Now, obviously, these decals are not amazing. They don't look very good right now. But if they work, that's already an improvement. Now, I could then do something to make them a little bit more interesting. Like change the shader or something like that. And I'm pretty sure I'll try something like that one day. Okay, so let's make like 5 bombers. Let's see what happens. Yeah, so there we go. That seems just about right. It's a little bit... Yeah, and it seems like the decals are... I think I need to change the bomb behavior. The fact that they explode when impacting each other is a little annoying, I must say. Let's see how exactly that works. So exclude layers. Maybe we exclude... Okay, what layer is this thing on? It's on the default layer. See, that's kind of a problem as well. Okay, so let's open up this projectile. Now, it is a projectile, so do I not have a projectile layer? Apparently I don't. So let's add a projectile layer. Okay, now we can set these to the projectile layer. this object only. It doesn't really make a difference. And then we just tell it to exclude that layer. Okay, so now they can't interact with themselves, because it's kind of annoying when they throw the bombs in a little cluster like that, and they just throw the bombs into one another. I don't think that is a good behavior. Okay, so that should fix that. Now, how would we like to implement predictive throwing? So let's think about that. So the player has player movement, right? And okay, let's see if there's any way. Okay, so this is a static instance, so this is going to be a singleton, which is good. So I can just basically ask it for whatever I want. Like for velocity, right? So let's just see, as I move, for every frame I have a handle movement that runs, and I get a velocity and I translate my character. And I can get the velocity and I can get the movement direction. Okay, that's very good. So velocity in this case already incorporates how quickly I'm moving. So if I just take the velocity, multiply it by the predicted time, and add the current position, I should be able to predictively throw. This is super easy. So let's try that. Okay, so we take... we take the current position, then we add a player movement dot instance dot get velocity. Right, so we get the velocity, we multiply that by our predicted time to explode. And that's it. So this would be... Okay, let's make a predicted... Alright, this will just predict our location. This is actually not going to change anything, right? Yeah, no, this is not going to change anything. So what we want is to change the, not the direction, but the distance to target. Well, actually, no, we want to change the direction to target. Yeah. So we want to do something like this. We want to go vector 3 direction equals all of this nonsense, right? So it's, well, it's actually not all this nonsense. It's going to be where the player is gonna be, which is this. Okay. This is going to be a little bit complicated. Yeah, okay. This is a little bit complicated. Why? Well, because we only get the predicted time when we know the distance to the target. Okay, so this gets a little bit complicated, right? Because when we predict the time, we need to know the distance to the target. So we need to think about this a little bit differently. So okay, so what if we do this instead? Okay, so we get a direction. Okay, so that's just the basic direction. We don't necessarily need that in some way. What we actually need is our distance to target, right? So that's what we calculate here. Okay, so we calculate our distance to the target, then we augment that distance by our predicted time. So we can do float predicted. Yeah, let's do that. Predicted distance to target. Right, and the predicted distance to target is going to be a little bit different. It's actually going to be this. So the position plus all of that. So we get this position, which is the future position of the player given the current information we have. Right, so we take that, we subtract transform the position, and we slap that all into a dot magnitude, right? So that is now our new predicted distance. Okay. Okay, and now what we should actually do instead, so we should take this stuff. We should slap it down over here. Alright, but what we do with this... Oh wait, now we don't have a predicted time to explode. Wow, damn it. Okay, so this is kind of tricky, right? Yeah, because we have multiple things now working off each other. So the new position of the player is going to depend on how long the bomb takes to get there. And how long the bomb takes to get there is going to depend on how hard or how high up we throw the bomb. So that's actually one good thing. We could decide how hard we want to throw the bomb upwards, because that's always going to be the time it's going to take for the bomb to fall down again. Yeah. So let's think about this. So let's say, okay, I'm just going to copy this over here and comment it out. So let's just say we say something like this. We like, okay, look, the upward velocity is always going to be 15, right? Just as an example, we're going to throw this at 15 up. That means our predicted time isn't dependent on our distance at all. So this distance to target is now no longer really relevant, right? We only need a predicted distance to target. Okay, or we don't even need this. The distance to our target is this magnitude now. Right? Because we can predict our time based on how much height this thing is going to have. Right? So it's something like this. So we decide how high or what our starting upward velocity is going to be. That determines when it's going to hit the ground. Right? So that gives us our time parameter. Then our distance we can calculate based on that time parameter, right? Because our distance to the target is the target current position. How far he can move based on his current velocity and the predicted time to explode. Minus whatever our position is and the magnitude. So this is we are predicting where they're going to be if they keep moving at this pace. Okay, and that means Okay, so our upward velocity initial cannot... Yeah, in the past, I kind of made this scale with the distance. Yeah, so they threw it higher up. Why did I make it scale with the distance, to be honest? Now, scaling it with the distance would mean... Yeah, that seems bad. Okay, but let's try this and see, what happens. Is it going to be interesting? Maybe we should make a Victor 3 predicted location, and we just make that equal to this. Right, and then here we just do predicted location minus that, and then over here when we want to know what our predicted location is, instead of doing this, well, yeah, we could just give it the predicted location there. And then over here, instead of using that, we just do predicted location plus up 10. Yeah. That's just for the decal, so the decal looks nice. Okay, I think I'm happy with that. I might want... So this upward velocity... could look better... potentially. So let's rename this to upward velocity. Well, actually, let's just rename it to this, right? And then we we don't set it there. We set it in the inspector to see what it does. Yeah, I like that. We'll set it to 15, but then at least we can tweak it if it looks weird. We can just go fix it quickly. This at least would mean that the travel time of the projectiles would be basically the same always. Whereas in the past, it'll be a longer travel time. Okay, yeah, that's why I did it. So in the past, the further away you are, the longer the travel time was. But now they'll kind of throw softly when you close and throw super hard when you are far away. Okay. I guess that's fine. Okay, let's just make this 15. Otherwise it won't work if it's 0. 0 initial upwards velocity. It's just going to fall straight to the ground. Which is not great. Okay. I'm excited. Let's see. Okay, we'll just grab one frog, right? Because we want to see this in action. Wow, that was interesting. Okay, so let's see. So he throws. Okay. That's actually very good. Okay, you got me there. Okay, there's something strange happening. So when I run perpendicular to him, he... I mean, that's a perfect prediction, right? So if I do this, they're pretty good at predicting my position. Yeah. But if I run perpendicular, I was running parallel, so if I run like this, they give it the oomph, but in the completely wrong direction. Okay, that is interesting how that works. Yeah, because you threw it hard enough so that the distance would have been correct, but it's being thrown in exactly... Yeah, and obviously if I'm not moving, they're quite good at predicting my position. So what would that actually be? So if I move like this, and he throws... Like... He gets the prediction right, but that's definitely not traveling in the right direction. That's very interesting. Yeah, okay, so somehow I messed up there. Okay, let's just see. So we have a predicted location. Oh, direction to target. Should be recalculated, actually. Okay. Yeah, because I use the direction. The direction is the original direction. Okay. I see. Okay, yeah, so this is the problem. So technically, I can predict the time based on how hard I throw it, right? So we could do that straight at the top. We need an offset height. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so let's just see. Direction to target is equal to direction dot normalized. So after we've predicted the location, I guess a direction can be recalculated, right? So it's just going to be this. We can just recalculate it with the predicted location. The only reason I need this direction over here is because of the offset between the two. Yeah, so I could really just do this and not have a direction there. And then I can do vector 3 direction there. Yeah, so we just calculate the y offset because we need that to calculate the predicted time. Then we can predict the location based on all that. Calculate the distance and the direction. Well, technically we could just calculate the direction and then the distance would be the direction's magnitude, right? Okay, and I don't even know why we need the distance, to be honest. It is already... inside of the direction. Well, I normalize it here for some reason. But then I multiply it again. So, who knows? Okay, but that should be working fine. So now it should predict correctly, and it should also throw correctly, because the direction is now set by the predicted location. Now, one issue this has is these frogs have an incredible throwing arm now. Because the characters are quite fast, right? And what that means is these frogs can throw an incredible distance. So, maybe we do a clamp here to just not allow them to throw that far. They can still throw in the right direction, but they can't throw as far. So we can get a predicted location, then get a direction based on that location. Clamp it, or clamp the magnitude. Ah, yeah, we could do that. And then we can change the prediction so that it doesn't seem like these frogs are throwing it out of the park. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Okay, but let's go test this a little bit. I think it's kind of interesting, but I think we're getting close to having a very good predictive throwing mechanism. Now, the only other thing is I don't think I want to show the decal at the start of the throw. I kind of want to do it a little bit later, maybe. Okay, you see, if we okay, let's select a slower character and see how that looks. But if we select a much faster character, these frogs are going to be throwing massively. Yeah, look at that. They're like, oh, I know where you're going. And if I don't change my direction, they'll get me. Yeah. That's a bit too much, isn't it? Like, I think the projectile speed is too slow. Because even the slow character, like the owl's not very fast. I mean, they just book it. It doesn't look very good. Yeah, look, if I'm slowed, it's obviously a little bit better. I'm not the greatest of fans right now. Okay, so that we could maybe change by just changing the projectile upward velocity to a very small number. That means they don't throw it very high, but they do kind of throw it fast. And we can see how that affects the... So basically what that means is the travel time is less, so the amount of distance the character would have been able to travel is also way less. Which means they won't predictively throw it to the moon, you know what I mean? Okay, let's just try this again. Yeah, get a couple of frogs in here. Come on, frogs. Let's see what you got. Okay, so let's see how far they throw it. You see, that's a little bit better, right? So let's run parallel or perpendicular to them. Come on, you can do it. Yeah, okay, so the projectile is quite fast. right? It might be too fast. Yeah, but the predictive throwing feels way better. It just looks better as well. Right. And since I can see where the bombs are going to go, I can at least do that. What we might consider is to get the distance somehow factored into this again. Yeah, so that at least they throw a little bit slower the further away you are. Right, so what we could do is we could say upward velocity offset. Call that the offset. And then our float upward velocity initial, we calculate that by saying that's just equal to the upward velocity offset plus some kind of a distance, right? So maybe we do need to get this distance over there. So we could do vector 3 distance. Let's just do direction to layer. Okay, so that'll just be this thing again. Okay, then we just grab it and stick it in there. And then our offset would be this dot magnitude. Okay, and yeah, we can think about this obviously. So this would add some amount of seconds to our distance. Yeah, my voice is struggling. Yo, this guy. Yeah, you went away for a bit, eh? New Zealand internet, I can't trust it. It's terrible. Okay, so I'm afraid this number could be quite high. So let's think how we want to work with this. Because I'm thinking this 5 felt okay, but a little bit too fast. What if I just use the direction itself without an offset? What would that do for me? I don't actually know. We can try that and see how that looks. But I'm afraid that they'll throw it very far. But they'll throw it slower at least. But slower is not necessarily better because of the distance they throw it now. So we do need to clamp the distance then. So the distance to the target needs to basically be maxed out at something. Right, so that would be mathf.clamp. Okay, and the minimum value for this could be 1, I guess. The maximum value could be, I actually don't know, 15? I'm not sure what's a good distance. But let's say that's your distance. Then the direction to target would not be the direction straight up normalized. Well, no, it would be. Okay, wait, where's the problem happening here? Oh, it's the predicted location, that's the problem. Because it's going to predict... Yeah, we need to update the predicted location, essentially. So predicted location needs to become distance to target. Multiplied by direction dot normalized, right? Yeah, you think about it, we take the direction. We could just do something like this, I guess. I mean, we could do many things, but anyway, this is what we do. Direction dot y. Okay, let's just do that sooner instead. Okay, so what effectively we're going to do here is we're going to grab our direction. All right, just set the y to 0. Then we're going to calculate the distance by getting the magnitude, but we're going to clamp it. Then our direction is direction dot normalized. Well, actually, we want a direction first. So we grab a direction to target. No, wait, what am I doing? I think our direction to target must be... So since, okay, we have a direction, we have a distance, right? Our direction to target needs to be our direction dot normalized multiplied by our distance to target. And then we normalized that. That doesn't do anything. Right, okay, now I'm thinking about this a little bit incorrectly. I guess, no, the direction is still correct. The distance it's going to travel is less. Our predicted location, so where it's going to fall, is our old direction, which is fine, and our new distance. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so this should work out. So now they will try and throw at me, but they're not gonna throw it ridiculously far. They have a max distance they can throw this thing. We just need to be careful about the duration. Predicted time to explode is still used. Yeah, so I think it should still fly correctly. Let's see. I don't think I messed this up. It does seem like I haven't. So I'm going to try it out. So what we basically want is like a maximum range, because obviously when you select a fast character and you run by them and they try and take a pot shot, they'll throw it to the moon. They'll literally throw it off the screen. And I don't like that idea. That seems a bit dumb. Okay, so we can start with a fast character and maybe see what happens. So let's just get like one frog in here so we can play with it. Okay, so fast character comes. Okay, I didn't even see where it predicted the throw to go. Okay, I think they're predicting... Okay, let me just stand still, because they might be predicting... What? Okay, now my decals aren't working. Okay, let's just pause when the next bomb comes. I want to see where the hell the decal is. Okay, where's the decal? Wow. Oh, wait a minute. Oh yeah, I'm doing this incorrectly. So by clamping the distance and then predicting the new location based on the clamp distance, it's actually giving me a much smaller vector. The predicted. I'm not alone, thank goodness. This is the problem here, because this, yes, I get a distance. The location is going to be a very small number now because I give it a clamped direct distance. Okay. So predicting the location needs to be direction to target. Yeah, I think this is the very crucial part. Huh. Okay, wait a minute. I'm mathing incorrectly. Okay, so distance to target, that's okay, right? That just tells us this is wrong. But now the predicted location is incorrect as well. Yeah, because I can't... So what I want to do is I want to predict not where it's going to go, but based on the path traveled. I don't actually understand how this is not working, because the transform.position, that is the predicted location, right? And it's just the direction to target multiplied by the distance to target when time is not considered. And that should still work. Oh, you know what? No, I don't know. Does this even work if I don't clamp this? So if I do distance to target, just equals the direction dot magnitude, right? If I just do this, surely this gets me somewhere, right? Because, or this is just a direction. This is not a position. A position is a direction over time, direction multiplied by time. That'll give you the position that you're going to be in. So, but if we take the direction multiplied by its magnitude, that is a vector. And that should give us a new predicted location. I guess provided I take into consideration the starting position. Because this just tells us how much we're going to move from our starting location. It doesn't necessarily tell us what our starting location is. And this thing, I think it used the origin as our starting location. So I still need to do, when I predict this, I need to take this vector and I need to subtract. I need to either subtract it from our current position, or I need to subtract our current position from it. One of the two, to get a new predicted location. Yes. I need to add it. Yeah, if I just look at the math, this is a plus. Yeah, because effectively I'm just solving this one, right? I'm solving for predicted location with our position and a new direction. A direction which is clamped. That's it. That's it, boy. I got it. Nice. Brew. Alright. Yeah, that makes more sense, I believe. Okay, so now they should predict correctly and the bomb's travel shouldn't be as far. Now, the other problem I still have is maybe this. Let's divide it by 4 for now. So it's again a multiplier, right? Like I did this before. The initial upward velocity, it gets a little bit out there, depending on the distance. So in some cases it feels good, like the closer you are, and the further away you go, the worse it feels, because it kind of gets a bit ridiculous, because they throw it harder and harder up. And I don't want them to throw it harder and harder up. Well, I do to cover more distance, but not ridiculously so. So let's see if we divide that by 4, if it feels good. Now, the problem is, if they throw it super hard up because it's far, maybe I just want them to throw it harder and a little bit more up. But otherwise, the travel time just gets incredibly long. Right, so let's see how this goes. And then, yeah, I don't know what then. I've already been at this for 2 hours somehow. Well, I was struggling with the decal for a bit. The decal was fighting me. Okay, so let's get a bomber in here. Can't spawn. Okay. So if I stand still. Okay, he did throw it at me. Okay, I'm not seeing the decal though. Oh no, there it is. Wait, let me stand still. Is the decal underneath the floor again? It might be. Let's pause. Okay, decal, where exactly are you? Oh, it's in the right position. It's exact. Oh, it's too high? What? How does that work? Am I giving it something else? Decal projector, predicted location. Oh. Okay. Okay, let's just reduce this to like 7. Okay, so that should be better. Also, he's throwing it too fast. So let's just make that 2. Maybe that's a little bit better. Okay, but our decals did work. They were just too high. They weren't reaching the ground. Okay, let's give it a go. Whoopsie. I don't want to look at the profiler. Profiler is crazy. Am I profiling currently? Ah, that would be kind of bad if this thing was profiling. Oh, it is. I didn't even realize that. That's probably costing me a little bit of performance, eh? I wasn't even aware. It was just running in the background all the time. Oopsie. Okay, let's just do... yeah, let's do 5. It's fine. Okay, so if I run like this, or like this... Okay, so they do pretty well, so it's not too bad. Okay, so the big problem was always if I... Okay, they just nail me every time now. Okay. Okay. That's good. So they tried, but they have a definite maximum range, right? So yeah. So they tried throwing now, but they're not even close, right? Because I didn't allow them to. Because otherwise they will just throw flippin' all the way to the moon. And that's kind of pointless, right? I don't want that. Okay, nice. We can maybe do... let's do 50. That's a proper carpet bombing. Okay. Okay, this is very useful. Now, yeah, if you get into this situation, good luck. Okay, if you keep your distance, it's not that bad. No. Okay, you do need to juke a little bit now. Okay, I kind of like this. Oh damn. Hey, they got me. Try to get me now, suckers. Yeah, they are trying, but obviously I'm kind of out of their range, and I'm very fast. Yeah, but they can certainly hit the Robin, no problem. Here we go. Okay, cool. So we got the decals to work pretty nicely. Now, it would be kind of cool if we can get them to look better, right? So I have this decal shader that I started working on, right? Essentially, okay, well, I need something like this in some way. So I need a sample 2D texture, some multiply. I wonder. Yeah, so we can use a straightforward decal and just make copies of it. But I was kind of thinking, you know, wouldn't it be cool if it was, I don't know, what's the word? I don't know what's the word. If it was animated or, you know, something like that, if it had a little bit of an effect. And I think we can get that done if we figured out how to Okay, so let's say create node, sample texture 2D, right? So we need one of those, and we actually need another one of those, right? So that is something this thing needs. Now we could make it so that, okay, this is for the normal map. I don't even know if I know what that is. Okay, so we take the alpha channel and a normal blend from our base, multiply it into the normal alpha. Okay, then we have a normal goes into tangent space. Yeah, like I'm not too sure what all of this means, to be honest with you, but it's like something like that will happen, right? Yeah, the normal map, I'll be honest, I don't completely understand how that works. But anyway, what we can do now is we can look for a nice texture that we maybe like a little bit more. Because this is going to be specifically the bomb decal that we're going to work with here. So we can see what we have. Like, obviously we can use circles like this, which maybe are not that bad. I used one of these crosshairs. I'm just keeping that circle selected as a potential. Ooh, I have an idea. What if I selected a bomb? Right, I put this as the base. Okay, I put the... Okay, let's just see. So the alpha needs to go into the alpha channel, at least for the normal map. I mean, that makes sense. So we do that. Type normal. I actually don't know what the type should be. So this should be default and tangent. Okay. Default and tangent. Okay, so there's our... Can't really see it. Oh, that'd be kind of cool if we got something that looks like that. Okay, then we have a multiply. Create node. Multiply. I'm just kind of copying what I have here. Okay, so multiply, and it takes the alpha from here and something else and plugs this into the normal alpha, right? Okay, yeah, we can make this like 0.5 or whatever. We can obviously edit this. Okay, we have a preview. Let's make it a quad. Right, I think I'm doing this somewhat correctly. Yeah, so we get the alpha multiplied with some other value, which is normal blend. We put it in the normal alpha. We put the normal texture in there. Now, yeah, I don't know if that's... Okay. Yeah, so that's kind of what it's going to look like. Now, could I put another create node? I'm just playing. I've never played with shaders, so you know, bear with me. But what happens if I do this now? If I grab that one and I have another texture. So I take this circle, for instance. I can't plug in both, right? No. Okay, this thing looks weird. Let's go with this one. So what if I do an add? I could do an add. I could say add the alpha and this alpha and then output that alpha there to the multiplier. Alright, I could also do another add. And maybe I just take the RGB value of that one and the RGB value of this one. Ah, you see, this one's doing something weird. This is doing something weird. Normal, default, object. Don't like what this is doing. Yeah, why is it so ridiculous? Okay, let's use a different circle. Let's not use one of these. Maybe there's something I don't understand. Okay, we could use a crosshair, I guess. So let's just take one that doesn't have a lot of detail, like just a basic circle or something. Like one of these, right? Maybe. Oh, here's a basic circle. Okay, so they're just putting them on top of one another. Could I scale this? Go create node. Scale. Size. Texture size, maybe? Okay, what happens if I plug that in there? What does texture size do? This is a weird one. So if I select a texture... Oh, it just gives me the size of the textures, right? Scale. Okay, so... okay, size. What does this one do? Don't really know. So this one kind of gives you a size, I guess. But how do we change the size? It's like, what if I wanted, right? What if I wanted this to get output, but I want to kind of offset this one a little bit, like put it to the side or something like that. Is it a UV? What is a UV? Oh wait, a UV is a size, right? Create node. Well, it's not a size. It's something with geometry. So, but if I put a UV, I mean, does it really matter? If I put UV in there, what did that do for me? Nothing. What is UV? So rotate, tiling and offset. What does this do? Okay, so to get rid of this one. So if I put this one in there, right, and I say give it an offset. Ah, look at that. Look at that. Very interesting. Okay, if I change the tiling. Okay, so we can make this 2 by 2. 0 by 0. Okay. Okay, that is quite interesting. Not quite what I want, but it is quite interesting. I mean, I still don't understand what this does. Okay, so let's see. What else do we have here? We have utility, custom logic preview, math. Yeah, okay, math is fine. That's not really a problem. I want to change the size. Radial, shear, polar coordinates, tiling and offset, spherized, triplanar tool. Yeah, so I want to change sample texture size in shader graph. Okay, so it seems like they do use. Okay, tiling and offset node is allowed. Okay, connect it, adjust tiling, connect the output tiling offset to UV. Okay, adjust the tiling, usually vector 2 properly, blah 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 blah. Let's just watch a video quickly.
Let's start by creating a new shader graph. We go to create, shader graph, URP, and then let shader graph. Let's call it scale shader and double click to open the shader graph window. Right off the bat, we are going to create a float parameter for scale and drag it in. As of now, it looks the same as our previous material, and this scale parameter does absolutely nothing. Let's fix this. To scale our texture, we are going to need a tiling and offset node. We can connect the output of this to the UV input in our sample texture 2D. What this does is, it defines how many times our texture is going to be tiled or repeated. If we save this and go back, we can see that we can zoom in and zoom out our texture, but it's not very intuitive yet. So let's go back and fix that. What we need is for our scale parameter to correspond to the scale of the texture and not the tiling. Logically, if our texture tiles twice, the scale will be half. And if the scale is twice, it's going to tile only half a time. We can define this inverse relationship by dividing 1 by our scale parameter. Let's rearrange our nodes a bit. You see this pink output is due to division by 0 error we have right now. We can quickly fix this by selecting scale parameter and going into graph inspector and changing the default value to 1.
I mean,
Let's save
okay.
this and go to scene view and check our progress.
This does scale it, but it doesn't really help me.
Scaling makes way more sense now, but we still have a problem. Most of the times we don't want to scale our texture from the bottom left point, which is the point of origin in our UV map. What we usually want to do is scale our texture center outwards. We can do that by fixing the offset for our sample texture 2D. Let's create a new vector 2 parameter and connect it to the offset input of our tiling and offset node. If we save this and go back and let's change our scale. We can now center our texture manually, but the problem still persists. Every time I change the scale here, I have to fix the offset again. What we need to do is calculate the offset automatically based on our scale. Let's delete the offset first. Now we are going to take the output of our divide node, which is the tiling value, and divide it by -2 and add 0.5 to it. What this does is, if our tiling is 0.5, which corresponds to a scale of 2, then it moves the offset to 0.25 on X and 0.25 on Y, which is the center of the texture now. We can save and go back to check it out. And now whenever we scale our texture, it scales center outwards. One last thing we want to add is the ability to change the anchor point manually. For this, we go back to our shader graph. Let's make some space here and bring in our offset node. Let's add it to the output of our add node using another add node, and then pass it to the offset input of the tiling and offset node.
Okay, so tiling and offset is the way to go, it seems like. My problem is, so if I want this thing to be 1.2 by 1.2, okay, that's fine. So 0.6, 0.6, I don't know if that is correct. Okay, where do I want this thing? So let's see, move it. Is it 0.8, 0.8? Not quite, but anyway, let's just, for argument's sake, let's say that is what we want. Now, that kind of gets us there, but not quite. Like, it's still a bit of a problem, right? Now, what if we put this in here instead, and remove it from here? How do I remove? I just want to remove it, man. Come on. Okay, so we put it there. And let's say we do 0.5, 0.5, right? So now it's way bigger. And we do 0, 0. Okay, so now we have a massive thing. If we want to move it in. Yeah. I mean, yeah, kind of my problem is I thought it would be straightforward to put two textures on top of one another. Maybe I should just make a texture in like paint, you know. That's probably the right way of doing this. Yeah, very, very likely that is the way you should be doing this. So you should just get a texture you like, and do it correctly. Okay. Now let's just assume we got a texture that we like. Right, so let's say this is our texture, and that's fine. Now, the next thing I think I want to do is I want to add some kind of an effect to it. Right. So what would happen if we go here and we set I wonder how would we do this? So what if we create a node? Let's call it a color. So this should work, right? If we just grab a color and we create node a multiply, or maybe, all right, and we put this color and that color together. All right, if we did that and we output this over there, and mode, I mean defaults, probably. But yeah, what if we just made it red, for instance? Right, so we just multiply it with red. As the base color. Or we just multiply the alpha. Okay, multiplying by red gives us that effect. Yeah, there's probably quite a lot of stuff we could do here that I don't understand. Okay, let's save this. I just want to see if this updates. Okay, what if we create a node, another multiply node? I guess I don't know exactly what I want to do here. But let's say we have that coming in, and can we multiply this by a float or something? Not really, right? Now, what am I trying to do? No, I just want to kind of change the alpha value. So maybe... Okay, maybe we just do this for now. And then we can change the alpha with a multiply. So... let's just try this. So if we plug in the alpha value, and we plug that in... No. Plug this in there. Okay, and if it's 1, it's just what it is. So that's normal, and then as it goes 0.5 alpha, so now it's less visible, right? And we have a normal alpha as well. So what we could do is we could add a float here, I guess. Yeah, we could call it the base alpha. Oh well. Alpha. And we can add another. Okay, so we plug that in there. Right, and then we have another one. Well, you can create a node. Float. Oh wait, we plug it in there. Huh? Oh wait, you do this and then you do convert to property, right? Okay, yeah, and then we can now call this one the normal alpha. Okay, something just like that. I don't know if that really matters, but anyway. So we'll have an alpha and a normal alpha. I don't know if we need both. Maybe we don't. Yeah, it would have been kind of cool if I could have scaled this. Oh wait, I can scale it. I just need to scale the... Yeah, I need to scale it in the on the decal itself. Okay. Okay, but this is okay. Something like that should be fine for my bomb decal shader. We can save it. Then we can go here to our materials. We can actually grab our bomb decal and give it a new shader. Right, it's got a set thing, but anyway, it's fine. Okay, so let's see. If we change the normal alpha, right? So 0.5, 0.1. Oh, interesting. Oh, that is interesting, the way that affects it, right? And this alpha, okay. That's just a straightforward alpha. So the normal alpha does something different. I'm not quite sure what is a normal in this context. Okay, but anyway, let's just say we got that, right? Okay, we save it. Go to our scene. So our bomb decal, if we showed it, where is it currently? Okay, so that's what it looks like. Kind of interesting. Okay, the decal is also a bit faded. Not quite sure why. It seems like it's already got a bit of alpha. Am I right? Like, it's not super clear or anything. That could be because I don't have a normal map. Maybe. Could really be that, right? I don't know. Okay, what I could do is I could just... What if I just use the same bomb icon? Right. I don't know. It just seems like it's kind of faded, right? Not quite sure why. I mean, this is a very clear... This preview seems a little bit faded. I'm not entirely sure what's happening here. Okay, I don't know what these are. Okay, wait. What if we just switch this off? I mean, this thing still seems a little bit, you know. Okay, wait, let's go to the alpha. Default value 1. I mean, that's a problem. I'm not sure. All I know is this decal doesn't seem to be all there. Like, I would like it to be all there. Yeah, but you can definitely see there's a... I mean, it looks kind of cool, but it's still... let's say Unity decal looks even with no... Oh, fuck. I don't know. Let's see what a good old Google says. Rendering is path forward automatically. Okay, so let's see. Decal appears transparent or hand alpha value in its material, and it's likely due to the decal is rendered, specifically the rendering path and decal's technique. Fade factor on the decal projector can also have effect opacity. Yes, I know about that one. So the fade factor, I do believe. Well, we have this opacity here. Fade factor. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, no, that's fine. But yeah, so we have this opacity over here. Which I guess, now that I see that, I could just change that. Actually, yeah, I'm kind of dumb. But anyway, yeah. Yeah, so... Is there... screen space or debuffer, which may resolve the issue. Okay, so that's the decal rendering technique. Can't remember exactly. Okay, so if I change this to like debuffer or screen space, they say it could have a difference. Ah, there we go. Screen space makes a massive difference. Okay. Okay, I kind of like that. So that's like a proper decal now. Okay, so now with that being said, now we can set the opacity if we don't want it to be boom. I can even set the alpha now to 0.5 and then play with opacity still. Right, so that's okay. I like that. So if I want 0.75, let's say as my max, then I can just play with that other one between 0 and 1. Okay, that's kind of good. It's roughly... What happened to my screen? Where's my chat? Okay, so this obviously looks so like something. We can change. I can now make a nice decal if I want, but we can use this one for now. I actually don't know if I've applied, so let's just do apply all. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so now it's applied. Now what we could do here is we could add a component to manage the bomb decal, I guess. So the only thing I would like to do is change the opacity as it flies. But you know what? I have a reference to this thing, so maybe I could just have the bomb do this for me. Because if you think about it, the bomb already has a decal projector right there. Yeah. Well, actually, yeah, no. It's not that is not the decal projector I want. But anyway, okay, so let's see. So when this thing's flying, like as it's flying, we obviously have a timer going here with our predicted time to explode. So we can just do something like a float flight timer. And we could do private float flight timer. And essentially what I could do is I can check something like this. So I could check if flight... Okay, so if our predicted time to explode minus our flight timer is less than 1, so there's only a second left before it starts to fall, we can grab our decal project object dot get components decal projector, right? Okay, let's see. So then we can do dot. What do we want to do? Fade scale or fade factor? I don't actually know. It is the... Well, technically... Would it be the fade factor or opacity? Yeah, this is a weird one because it's technically not rendering layers. Maybe we do dot rendering. How do we change the opacity, guys? What is going on here? I'm feeling it's either a fade factor or a fade scale. So let's do fade scale. I don't know. Fade scale. Okay, that's a scaling mode. That makes sense. Project material. Draw distance, yeah, that's fine. Fade scale, percent of the distance from the camera which the decal starts to fade. So it's not that one. It's not UV scale. Oh, we can actually change the UV scale directly. That's interesting. Rendering scale mode. No. Offset, no. Size. Okay, so it's fade factor that I want to do. Okay. We want to do fade factor. Okay, so we want to do fade factor. We don't want to do it as a flight timer. So if we think about it, we want to do flight timer. No, we want to actually do it. Okay, now this is going to go down. I want it to go up. Yeah, our flight timer is increasing. Okay, we want to do 1 minus this quantity over here, right? Something like that. Okay, because I think this... Okay, so basically, it's going to go from... In the last second, it's going to go from 0, because predicted this is going to be exactly 1, so it's 1 minus 1. But then it's going to go up all the way to 1. Okay, so that's only in the last second that the thing is flying. This is going to change. Okay, what that kind of means is the fate factor needs to be set to something on getting it. So equals 0. So I'll just factor it to 0 when we start. And then after it is exploded, I guess we kind of have to do the same thing, maybe. We just set it back to 0 after explosion, and then we return it to the pool. Now we'll see how this goes. I think this will work. This guy. Your message was held. It thought you were bullying me. Twitch thought you were being a bully. So it's like, we held this message because this person seems to be awful. Okay. Let's see this decal work. Is this timer running? I hope so. Yes, it is. Okay, so I want that decal to appear on the ground when a bomb is on its way. And, yeah, we can update this in the future to be something else. And we're going to change the opacity from 0 to 1 as it comes in closer. Goodie. So you can get, like, kind of a sense of which bombs are the biggest problem, right? Which ones are closer, in a sense. I think that's kind of cool. I think that makes sense. Okay, let's grab a chicken. Get into our test spawner. We'll spawn 5. It should be okay. Okay, so nothing happens. Okay, let's just let them throw again, and then we pause. Okay, so let's see. So they should be doing something. Okay, the decals are there. Okay, so the opacity is definitely 0 to start with. Now, if I change this now on one of them, I can see it does work. Right, so technically it's there. Okay, but we have a bit of a problem. It's not changing with the code. Why would that be? Oh wait, I'm never changing my flight timer. That's the problem. Okay, so actually we want this, since it's a timer, we'll put this in here. Yeah. So we need flight timer to go up, right? Plus equals time dot delta time. Yeah, flight timer is not going up, so nothing can never work. Okay, so flight timer goes up, and then flight timer needs to on enable be equal to 0. Okay. Let's go again. Small little problem. Just a small one. Very tiniest of problems. Hanson. Hans son. Thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate that. Okay. That was quite a long compile, I must say. Let's see. To get some... Thanks, eh? Ah, look at that. Look at those cool bombs appearing. They might be a little bit overbearing, but it's fine. So let's see. So they throw it. And then as they come in for the landing, the last second, you get a warning. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Nah, thanks, bro. I appreciate that. I like hearing that because it's a lot of work. Getting a game to go somewhere. Wow. That was some predictive throwing right there. The predictive throwing is a little weird, I must say. But like if I'm doing this and I'm fighting and I'm not really paying attention, they definitely can get you. But since I could do this. Like, if I did this, let's see where they end up throwing, like, all over the place, right? I guess I can see this being a strategy people use. I don't know if I like that idea. So either I keep that in, right? And I make it so that... Oh no. I'm out of stamina. So I can either make it so that this is a reasonable strategy, you know, changing your direction all the time. Or... What's the or? Or I make these frogs even more clever. And I basically do the prediction calculations based on actual movement. And not... I mean, I could do that. Should I do that, though? Yeah. No, this is definitely... Like, I know of games that have this predictive throwing thing in. And one of the problems is when you start spamming... You know, just running in a circle like this, they kind of get a little bit confused. So it's a valid strategy. I don't know if I want it to be a valid strategy, though. Do I maybe just take it out? You know what? I'm going to keep it in. Also, the decal... Oh, wait. Did I not change this on the prefab? No, I did. Okay, well, that's fine. Okay, so I think I'm going to take a few minutes to refill my tea, go to the restroom, and then I'm going to use my newfound skills in decal projection to try and make a indicator for the character when they are aiming, right? Yeah, Anson, you got a good point there. Keep it for now. And then... Yeah, I need to do playtesting, right? So a lot of this stuff could be good for players, and they like it. It's like a skill aspect to the game. It's like if you manipulate this specific quirk of the targeting system in your... then you can benefit from that. Or you just don't care, because that's not the way you play games, and you just do it the normal way. But for some people might do it this way. So I'm going to leave it there. I need to do play testing, and then if it comes back as a horrible idea, then we can think about it a little bit. I'm going to look at something here. Let's just do this quickly before I leave. So I want to make the bomb offset a little bit. So if I pivot this, nope, that's... No, that is correct, right? So I want to make it so that the bomb is in the center. Not the whole thing. So if it's offset like that, that is still the center point. Yeah, I think this is going to look better. So if I just activate the bomb projectile. Whoa. So that decal now doesn't quite fit, does it? So if that's the bomb radius, that decal's not correct. So let's... Uh... 110, 75. Just want to get these on the same spot. So no, not 710. 110, 75. Get them exactly in the same position. And then I can see how they overlay with one another. Okay, so it's at least centered, but it's not big enough. So we need to stretch it a little. Okay, let's make it 10, 10.5. 10.5. Right, then we can tweak the offsets. I don't know why the Y. Oh, wait, is this Y like a... Oh, I see now. Something like that. So that's the bomb radius. You can even make this bigger. Roughly. Something like that. It looks... Looks okay. Yeah. I think so. Okay, so that's cool. So now the bomb decal is aligned properly. Cool. Okay, we can switch that off. We can switch that off. We can go take a break and come back and do something else, which is use this for some other stuff. The graphic texture looks really nice. Thanks. You just mean the decal. This one. This was definitely not me. As a rule, I don't do art. This was, I think we got this from a UI pack. So I bought like a humble bundle flip in January or something, and one of the things included there was just a bunch of UI elements, and one of them is a bomb. So we use a bomb. And it kind of works out. Oh, for the characters. Yeah, no, the characters actually are all made by my wife. So she makes the characters. And then the levels are also made by her currently. I've made a few. This is a terrible level. This is my testing ground. But if you go look at, like, you know, one of these levels, This is made by my wife using Cinti assets. Right, so environment art. Environment, there's like two things that you have to do for environment. You first have to make the individual elements, right? The rock, the tree, all that kind of stuff. And then you have to arrange it in a cool way so that it looks like a real place. So the first part of that process we outsource. So we just got a asset pack from Cinti because it's also low poly. It fits our aesthetic. So we just went with that. And then we do the building and the arrangement ourselves. Here's another one. So this is like the entrance to the tower that we're climbing. Obviously doesn't look great if you go through the door, but this is the idea. It's all still a work in progress. I honestly am not a big fan of the leaves. I think they have too little detail. The idea is this is like a humongous tree, and it has big leaves, right? But I don't know. The leaves are too low poly. I think we need to fix this. Yeah, I like low poly, generally speaking. I think it's a cool aesthetic. Howdy, Tyovo. Okay, I really need to go use the restroom and grab myself something to drink. So I'll be back in a second. Let me just give you something to look at that moves. There you go. Hello. I'm back. Tiovo looks like a mighty fun game. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate your kind words. Yeah, stick around. Maybe we'll do some playtesting in the future. I'm currently fighting Steam to get my page approved. I think they're very distrustful of South Africans. You know. I don't know. It's taking a while. I don't know why. But once I have it up, I could be launching a few playtests. Not a demo yet. But it wouldn't be bad to get some feedback from you guys on just, general things. Because currently I'm developing in the dark. And, I mean, it's not completely dark, right? I can obviously play the game and get a sense of if it's good or not. But my senses are dulled. I don't know if I can trust myself at this stage in development anymore. You guys want to see the game? Let's just play it, right? So we've added all this cool stuff for the frogs. I haven't changed the spawn rate of the frog. I only changed the projectile speed and the attack speed. So it's going to feel a little bit better, but there'll still be a lot of frogs to kill. So let's see how this goes. Okay, so we start off the game. Okay, so first of all, if we really want to do this right, you would unlock a couple of rooms here, right? So you have a team of people in this roguelike. It's not just a single character. Everybody needs to do something. So we can start off, normally you won't be able to do what I'm doing because you don't have money. But let's say we start off like this, and we're like, cool, we're going to take the duck out for a spin, right? We're going to do a little bit of some duck, and we can put the owl on the jump rope. We can put the robin in the gym using some weights. And you know what? The boss man, he can sit in this nice chair and just watch the fight through the observation room. And then we can start the level. Okay, here we go. So this is how it would really look. The first level. Get out of my way. Duck incoming. Okay, so we can kill these totems because they obviously cause a bit of a problem for us. The green one doesn't really cause a problem for us, but it does speed up the enemies. So I'm a little bit in a position where I feel like the first level is nice. It's quite big, and the amount of time we have is limited. And I feel like I might want to go and add a new mechanic in a way that so that I could maybe, how do I word this? Make it possible for you to survive certain rounds, and other rounds you need to complete an objective instead. Right? And maybe this one needs to be an objective round, because I want you to actually see the nice door, right? So yeah, that could be something that we can do. Okay, so we can level up our characters. You'll notice the characters that spend time in the gym didn't level up because they don't have a view of the fight. The character in the fight obviously leveled up the most, and then the one watching the fight leveled up as well. Okay, but not as much. So we got some skill points here. We can spend it on passive strength. Ooh, health regen. That's not bad. And movement speed I typically like quite a bit. Duck over here. Let's see. Damage. I like that. Spell damage. I don't really use this spell that often, but I could. Stamina regens. Not bad. More stamina regen, I think, is what I'm going to go for. More stamina regen. It's going to be a stamina regening duck like nobody's business. You're also developing a game? Oh yeah, I know. It's a lot of slow progress, right? That's kind of the theme of game development. If there was a common theme, it's slow. It takes a while. It's a lot of work. It really is a lot of work. Like I would say that you need to be at least some amount of ignorant to even start this process. It's like, I don't know how much work it's going to be. Let's go for it. And then it's a ton of work. But then you're kind of committed, right? Let's level up this, the germ. And I can just spend all my money, right? Because I have so much. So now we have a spa. So the spa is a nice place to go and rest. If your characters are a little bit tired. What we can do now, I think I'm going to take the duck and put him on the treadmill. And I'm going to let the owl also tire himself out on the Stairmaster. What these do, if you read at the bottom there, the cardio gym cardio section, train to increase maximum stamina. So you use stamina in the gym, obviously, but you also gain more max stamina. So after exiting the gym over here, we could go and rest, and then we'll have much more stamina than we otherwise would. Let's see. Let's take the chicken out, and let's let the robin sit in the chair for a bit. There we go. This is our forest level. So there's still just basically small lizards coming at me. They're not a big threat at the moment. Basically because I need to balance the game. I think I can get away with way fewer enemies, especially at the start. But like, I guess what happened to me over time was you kind of get bored of playing the first level because you play it so many times in the testing. And then you don't have many enemies on the first level, so it's boring. So you put more enemies on the first levels to make it more exciting. But then you also end up with having to make the enemies weaker than they could have been, because otherwise they just overwhelm you on the first level. So it's a little bit of a catch-22. You're still new to making games, assets and coding. Yeah. So you still need to do a lot of learning. If I could give you any advice, and if this advice is worth anything, try to do it without the use of AI. Like, I think using AI might be faster, but the amount of learning that could happen is potentially much lower. In my opinion, I think you can learn way more by just, doing it the good old-fashioned way. Especially for the code stuff. I think people be like, I just need something to work now. So you just ask AI. And it works now, but do you know why? Maybe not. You refuse to AI. Yeah. Yeah, it also spits out quite a few bugs, right? That's true. You have that problem as well. Okay, so if we look at the stats here, we have a bit of a situation. These two birds are tired now. They spend too much time in the gym. So we'll take both of them and put them in a chair. The chicken is also a little bit pooped out. So we'll put him in the spa, I think. And we'll take the ranger out to go fight for us, right? This is a desert level. You can see it through the window here on the observation room. That's a desert. Okay. And it's level 3. So we should be getting frogs. What? There's already a lizard in my face. Okay, here we have the frogs. Let's see what they... Okay, so that was a terrible throw, Mr. Frog. I'm not seeing the decals. Okay, so something is going wrong here. Okay, let's just pause. Go to our game objects. Let's go find a decal. Okay, there's an active one. Let's see where it is. So it's right there. Okay, it is still fading in. Are they too high? No, man, they shouldn't be too high. Yeah, they can totally... Oh, you know what? Ah, damn it. Ah, damn it. Okay, I forgot something. Yeah, that's good. That's a good thing, eh? You are not trying to build some ridiculously scoped game for your first game. You're just gonna stick with something small that you can wrap your head around, right? I think that's very clever. Okay, so we should have changed the rendering layer mask to terrain. On our terrain, because otherwise the bombs don't actually show. So we'll just have to put that on for all of our levels. I forgot. So we make them all actually, because it does project, it just doesn't show because it's not, it can only project onto layers that, you know, that I set it to, but I didn't set these because I'm dumb. I did set my default one, though. You have a frog wizard. Okay, so let's see. All the layers should be set correctly. I'm just going to do a little bit of a speed run this round. Which basically just means take the ranger every time because she's completely overpowered right now. I made it this way for testing purposes. Right, you can see I simply one-shot everything. And if you shoot the big totem, you can get the level to go faster. Project Sorceress of the Swamp. Nice. You got some cool art for your frogs. I saw some cool art the other day on, I think it was the indie dev or indie gaming or something subreddit. I saw a cool frog. A frog king. Okay. So we're back on level 3. Obviously, it's not entirely the same, but let's see if we can see the decals coming. Yeah, we can. Okay. Well, at least I can avoid the bombs. It kind of feels like they are way worse at throwing than they normally would be, now that they can predict. Wonder why that would be. It's kind of like they got even worse. Yeah, I think the decals make a difference, eh? I think they're pretty good. I think what I had this, I removed this from the game, but back in the day, let's get the spark going so we can get some good resting in here. Back in the day, I had it so that you could, oh, for crying out loud, you could actually, the characters, when they have 2 modes essentially. They have like a running mode and an attacking mode, right? So just to display that. So this is just the normal running of the character. And as soon as you hold right click, they go into their attack stance and they start hitting anything in front of them, right? And that's cool. But it kind of felt like the characters were getting too slow because I made it so that the attack mode, halved your movement speed. Oh, geez. Okay, these decals are getting ridiculous now. just trying to figure out what's happening with these. Seems like they're disappearing or something. Maybe they are disappearing. Anyway. So yeah, so we had this issue where they kind of disappeared. They kind of went too slow. Yeah, I'm completely confused. And it felt bad. But that was back when the game was more about moving fast than fighting. And I think I might want to bring that back. And that will increase the danger level of the frogs, for instance, right? So it's like you don't just attack all the time. You attack in strategic bursts. Okay, there's definitely something weird happening with the decals. I'm pretty sure. So let's grab a duck, and we'll keep playing. I think. Let's see. Throw me. Oh, come on. Yeah, okay. I think I saw what happened. So as soon as they throw, the decal appears, it disappears immediately, and then it fades back in. So there's a bit of a weirdness happening with the way I coded that. Yeah, that's why you can see them flickering. So sometimes they appear, they disappear immediately, then they slowly reappear. Okay, that's my bad. Yeah, so I need to look at that. Oh no, I died. Okay, let's grab an owl. This is what a real wizard looks like. Oh, damn. The level's over. Okay, well, let's take the wizard for a spin. Oh, that's interesting as well. Oh, you know what that is? That is a bomb that didn't explode. Okay, so that could be an issue. Okay, so I'm seeing a bunch of problems. So some of the decals don't necessarily get returned, so I wonder what would cause that to happen. Okay, now this is getting a bit rough. Right? Okay, yeah, no, it is rough. I died. Okay, so somehow the later we go, the more better these predictive throwing frogs become. Which kind of makes sense, I guess. Also, I can't see the decals in the grass. Damn, look at all these coins. I died? What is happening? I only have one character left. Okay, quickly. Unlock the hospital. On Rob the Chicken, does the shield do anything? Not really, no. So the thing is, obviously, I could make it do something, but you can imagine that every time I make something do something, it causes a lot of scope creep. So I want to keep myself under, I want to control myself. Because it seems cool, right? So like, oh, cool, we can do this, we can do that. The only thing the shield really can do is that. So there's a big ability that I have with the shield. And he also has a passive effect, which gives him more armor. Right, so is it directly linked to the shield? Not really. It's linked to the character, and the character has a shield. But thematically, you can think of it as being the shield giving him that extra armor if you wanted. But it's not like you can equip or unequip the shield or equip another weapon and then he loses whatever effect the shield had. So the shield itself is basically just for show. But the class, so the knight character, has additional benefits because he has a lot of armor and the shield, and that is all visually represented by the way the character is designed. Or sometimes it's just represented by, you know, what we think of when we think of a certain character. Like the owl has benefits regarding wisdom and how quickly he can level up, which kind of makes sense, right? It's an owl. Owls are clever. Or that's at least stereotypically what we think of when we think of an owl. Okay, so I only have... Okay, so these decals are not getting removed the way they should be. Alright, so the way... I wonder why. So that must be something to do with... I should also change that. That probably has something to do with the way the level ends. Like, I think bombs are probably still in flight. And then I end the level. And obviously those bombs, they kind of hang around still, so, you know, that could be the issue. But then why don't the bombs... Yeah, no, there's something weird happening. I need to think about this. Damn, this is getting rough. Chicken is getting annihilated. Yeah, he got annihilated. Okay, but I think somebody might have gotten revived. Okay, we did revive these two, so let's grab our wizard. Everybody burn. Where's my mouse? So I think one thing I'm kind of not anticipating is the amount of damage done by these bombs. Because I made it so they are way slower. So they travel slower, they throw bombs less frequently, but they do more damage. So there are less of them, but they are still equally dangerous in terms of the amount of damage that can be dished out. Well, it would be damage over time, right? Yeah. Okay, let's see if we can't maybe fix some of this bugginess of the decals. Okay, let's just close these levels because they just mess up my hierarchy. Okay. So in the code. So in our bomb manager, right? So let's see. As soon as we apply a force, we grab a decal. Right, we do all these calculations, and then we grab a decal. And then we set the fade factor to 0, but this might be a part of the problem. Is it part of the problem? So we should maybe make it so that the decal on enable starts with this as being 0. Oh, do we really need to have a script on the decal? I was kind of trying to avoid that, but I think that might not be a bad idea. Yeah, let's do that instead. I'm gonna get rid of this. And I'm going to make a super simple script for the decals just to manage their fade factor and stuff like this. Also, I think we can do a math f.clamp over here. I'm just thinking. Okay, so that's the float. Minimum, maximum. Right, so just make sure it's whatever the fade factor is, it should be a number between 0 and 1. So that's the one thing that we should do. Anything else that's weird? Okay, so we reset the flight timer on enable, and then we start incrementing our predicted time to explode. Oh, this could actually be part of the problem. So if you think about it, if this is running on update, we should only run this if it has been thrown. Because otherwise, why are we incrementing our flight timer before we've even thrown? So if we threw the bomb, we can do all this flight timer stuff. Because I was implementing the flight timer from the very first frame the bomb is active. And it might not be correct. I think it was mostly correct, but still it might not have been exactly correct. So we just do that. Anything else we need to do? Thrown equals true. Now, if it explodes, then obviously we get rid of our decal projector. Okay, that is okay. Is there any reason this might not happen? Okay, so this always happens on collision entered. What happens to the bombs when we have a level end? Do they just continue their path? I'm sure they don't. Yeah, no, they don't. They won't. I actually never thought about that, but technically we should think about that. Yeah, so they'll just pause, but they'll still have oh, and then we also hide. Ooh. Okay, I think I see part of the problem. So they'll pause in the air, and then I go to the next level, and the level that it would have fallen on gets hidden. Or it gets deactivated. So then, if I replay the game, the bomb is still there. It'll continue to fall, and it'll not collide because there's nothing to collide with anymore. And it'll just keep on falling forever. Because it can only explode once it's collided. So I should maybe make all the bombs explode when the level ends. Yeah. Okay. So let's do an on disable. I think I had an on disable. No, I don't. Okay, so all I want here is a game manager dot instance dot level on. Oh no, it's on wave ended, yeah, because obviously on wave ended, on wave timer reset. Yeah, let's just do on wave ended. Okay. Wait, what just happened? Plus equal tab. Okay, on wave ended. So all we want to do is when the wave ends, we want to run explode on anything that's still here. And once we explode, we also deregister this. Oh wait, what did I just do? Okay, so we register and deregister like that on disable. Okay. That should be okay. And the next thing I should do is write a little on enable and disable script on the bomb as well. Well, now that I think about it, maybe I don't. Maybe I was just being stupid. So let's... Because if I don't have to do that, I really would rather not. Okay, so what if we do fade factor equals, 0. And then that's on enabled. Oops. Just to check. And then on explode, we also make it 0. So I think those bombs that we still saw the decals for, They were actually bombs that never exploded. Yeah. Yeah, basically we're going to, as soon as the level ends, there's just going to be a massive bunch of explosions in the air somewhere. Wherever they are, they'll explode. And on exploding, they'll also return the decal to the pooler and set the fade factor to 0. Actually, we should do that before we return it to the pooler. And yeah, that should be it. I think that was the whole thing. Also, what I'm going to do, so we have these rocks sticking out, and the decals were not being drawn on them in the desert level. So I'm just going to see if I can grab them and make them terrain as well in terms of rendering, so that they are on the correct render layer for the decals to render. Are they hitting me by chance? There's a good chance they are hitting me, yes. So that might be a problem. I don't know if I mind that, to be honest. we could try something. I have an idea. Let's just change these rendering layer terrain. There we go. Okay, so now the decals will render on top of those as well. Okay, let's go think about our bomb exploding on wave ended. Right, so on wave ended, we tell them to explode. Right. And exploding somewhere here, we have explosion damage. So that's how we make explosion damage happen. Yeah, so we could maybe just put a quick if statement there or something. So we could do something straightforward like private bool way level ended explosion. Right, and we could basically say that if we do this explosion, level ended explosion is true, we by default make level ended explosion false, right? But it's true if we call it with this. We should also first call or make it true and then call that function, and then we can simply do this damage function. We can do if it's not a level ended explosion, we can do explosion damage. Right, I think that works. So explosion damage will only be called if it's not a level ended explosion. And that's it. Yeah, I think this is a better behavior. Like, I don't think you would... Let's say you survive by the skin of your teeth, right? But there's like 3 bombs technically in range, and they explode. Like, you don't want that. Then you die anyway on level end. That feels bad. I don't like that kind of thing. I want to feel like, you know, there's a bullet heading to your head. The level ends just in time, and you're saved by the bell. I want you to be able to be saved by the bell. I think getting saved by the bell is a good feeling, especially in survivor type games, because a lot of the time you are getting overwhelmed and you are gonna die, and then you make it to the end. The wave ends, everything disappears. You're like, oh, thank goodness. That was so close. And just imagine how bad that's going to feel if you still died. Right, so I think this is a better implementation. Okay, Unity. Come on. Okay. So let's give it a good old test. Okay, we don't need anything fancy. Let's upgrade our buildings a little bit here. Let's get at least a massage table. Okay. Well, I know you bad at that. You bad at that. You know what? Let's get everybody in the gym. There we go. Everybody goes to the gym. Let's do this. Damn, that took forever. Yeah, I really think we need an objective for that level, because it feels like I don't see any of it. Ooh, damage, yes please. Health regen, yes please. Stamina regen, yes please. And we got a Bloodwing sigil. This thing's actually kind of insane. Let's put it on the chicken. He earned it. He got it. He deserves it. Okay, but now he doesn't have any health regen anymore, but he got a lot of damage and a lot of health steal. So he's not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but he's not regening health when he's sitting in a chair or anything like that anymore. Okay, these two did get a few... Yeah, you guys can go back to the gym. You're still nice and fresh. Okay, the owl's kind of tired. Let's just... He's not got a lot of stamina, so... Ah, look at this. I hit them and they go flying now because I have a ton of damage. Oh, that feels so good. Ah, good on you, chicken. That's so much better. Oh, this is the totem that halves my damage. Get him. Get him. There we go. Chicken is doing well. Let's give him some more. I don't really need max stamina. I guess passive strength. The passive strength for the chicken means he multiplies any armor upgrade by 300%. Movement speed actually is pretty nice. I think I'm going to go with that. So you'll notice now, well, maybe you won't notice, but we'll see if we can find anything. Oh, geez. What are these upgrades? I mean, stamina regen, I guess. It's fine. Okay, so we can see now these two are kind of tired. The duck is completely tired, so he needs to go to the sauna. Or the spa. I think that the ranger can go fight for us. And you can go sit on a nice chair. And you can go sit on a nice chair. Now we can watch the fight. And let's see what these... bombers... Ah, damn, I shot him. Okay. So they're not entirely correct, are they? Oh, what is this? What? Errors? Says who? Where's the errors? Let's get rid of these. Unassigned reference exception. Decal project object of bomb manager has not been assigned. Whoopsie. That's my bad. I think I did something dumb. Let's see. Oh yeah, totally. I'm setting the fade factor here, and it's giving me an error. That's not something I can do. Oopsie daisies. Crying out loud. I think I'm just going to go to the test level from now on, because this is getting annoying. I have to play through 2 levels without bombers. So we'll just go to the test level so we can manually spawn them. And we need to fix this. So we can't do this. I don't know why I thought I could do that, because it doesn't get enabled. It gets enabled essentially over here. Right, so that's where we set the fade factor to 0. We can set it to 0 there. And we can set it to 0 upon it exploding. Now, I think this is going to work out, but we'll have to check. So I'm just going to make the test level go and make it a little bit longer, just so we have a little bit more time to test things out on the test level. This is taking me way longer than I thought. I had so many ideas for today's stream. It's been 4 hours and I've only just almost finished this decal. Man, why do game dev be like this? It takes ages to do anything. This is not that bad. Working with UI is way worse. The UI was a... Don't even want to think about it. Don't even want to think about it. There's definitely a reason why you have professional front-end developers, because it's a special type of person who does front-end stuff all the time. Okay, so they throw, and... Okay, that did look better, right? I think I'm doing it correctly. Let's see them do that again. Okay, yeah. Okay, let's... We can go to the next level and see. So I'm just going to use the... Okay, this one won't have frogs. So let's just go end it as quickly as possible. And then we can go check the frogs on the 3rd level. There we go. Okay, so I'm seeing something happening here. I wonder if it's too abrupt. Oh damn, there's a slow totem. Get out of here, slow totem. Damn, that thing's flying. Yeah, what I'm noticing is... So obviously the bombs could... there they go, exploding in the air. So... Okay, we saw them explode in the air, so we could test that as well. But what I'm also seeing is sometimes the bombs, what they do is they explode after impacting a character, and then the decal just disappears immediately. I kind of want the decal to fade away instead. It feels too abrupt. It can fade fast. It doesn't have to fade slowly, but it is too abrupt, I think. Yeah. I need to be careful. I'm just gonna die for nothing here. Oh, jeez, I jumped into a bomb. For crying out loud. Oh, jeez. Okay, I know these. They look pretty good, I think. I don't see too many issues with the bombs. Oh, you know where I could have maybe No, I can't really see it there. Oh, jeez. I'm getting mauled. These small lizards are flippin' insane. Okay. Let's just do another level real quick. We won't get far here, I'm sure. Because I haven't been leveling the wizard at all. Yeah, no, they can get you. Yeah, no, what's with the performance? Die! Oh, got hit. Ran in a straight line. Okay. Okay, so we might make the decal fade a little bit. And then I kind of want to make a decal for my character's attacks. I already have one for the Robin, but it's shit. So we want to make a better one. What are we doing here? Okay, so let's just see. So currently the decal just goes straight to 0 and then gets despawned on explode. We could move this. We could move this over to the other thing. If I can find it. Where do I do this? Has exploded, yeah. So yeah, so something like this instead. So that this would cause the decal to stay. Okay, so let's see. So our despawn timer gets reduced from, what does it start at? 3. So it despawns over 3 seconds. So what we could do is minus equal. No. Minus equal time dot delta time over 3. Okay, so now it will take 3 seconds to go from 1 to 0, right? Because this starts at 3, which is fully opaque. And then we subtract. Yeah, I think that's fine. You know what, actually, I think I could just do minus time dot delta time. You know what, maybe we do something like this instead. Yeah, we could set it equal to 1 second minus so this is going down, so this will get higher. So I want actually the opposite. So whatever my despawn timer is minus 2, if I set it equal to that, then after 1 second it should be completely gone. And if I math clamp that, I could make it 0 and 1. Right, very straightforward math clamp there. So it'll fade in 1 second essentially. I'm okay with that. Oh, actually, no, this won't work. So it won't fade here. We need it to fade here. Right, and this is disappearing. Right, it gets disabled. Okay, yeah, that's nice. I think I'm going to work with that. Okay, let's see if we can't make nice-looking decals for our attacks, for the character attack stuff, right? So currently, the Robin has a decal. but it's not a proper decal. It's a mesh. I don't even know what the hell it is, but it clips through terrain, which is very bad. I wanted to project on top of terrain. So let's open up our Ranger and we can see this in action. If I can find the Ranger. There we go. Player Ranger character. And let's just show it. So Ranger character, where are you? Okay. So this is the Ranger and this is the decal I'm talking about, right? Which is this line region. It's terrible, but yeah, it's what I have. Okay, so this is a projector thing that I was using, and it's horrible. So we're gonna get rid of it, I think. Yeah. Delete. Now this is probably gonna break something somewhere, I believe, because somehow that thing was activated. And okay. Range attack indicator script. So I have an attack indicator script which shows the attack indicators on update whenever his targeting is true. I don't know if I have to do it like this. I might be able to do this better, but we'll see. Oh no, a network error. Did I lose the stream? I just saw a network error. Maybe I lost the stream. Oh well, I still need to do this, so I'm going to continue. Okay, so here's the idea. So we'll add a indicator or an attack indicator. I'm good. Oh, thank goodness. I will add an attack indicator, and I think we're going to make this a general attack indicator script for pretty much all the characters, because if I think about it, I want an attack indicator for all of them, right? So let's just create a script, attack indicator. So in the past, I obviously just had this for the Ranger, but I think we can expand this and make it generalized. So all characters have this. We just need Unity to do its thing. Let's take a sip of water. Water. These 30-second compiles are rough. Okay, so if we go to the base character, we can add attack indicator right here. Okay, so that's now the script for the attack indicator. And we might even add it as an object in the base player character as well, if we really wanted to. I wonder. We could do that. We could do URP decal projector straight as a child, and we could set it up and then just edit it. So this is the attack indicator. Okay, so this is going to be the attack indicator, and what we can do is we can just grab it and put it inside of this thing. So serialize field private. That's on how you spell private. We'll call the game object attack indicator. Okay, there we go. So we just have to grab that and chuck it in there, and then we can do. We know we'll have one for every single character essentially. So let's just see what we do from here. Okay, now why is this collider so massive? Probably I scale the characters individually. Okay, but essentially we want this indicator to go in there. Okay, and this is what we've got. Now, obviously it doesn't look great or anything, but it is a thing. Okay, we're using the decal material. Okay, so this is maybe where we have to think about this a little bit. So if we make it general, we might have to input a different decal material for each character. Right, which is not a problem. So let's just set up the basic one. So the first thing I think we should do... Okay, let's see. Modify projector boundaries. Okay, so the projector boundaries and all this good stuff will be different depending on the character, right? This modifies the scale in some way. And this moves the projector... What does this move? The pivot. Now we want it to pivot... Oh, wait. Oh, geez, that's weird. Okay. Yeah, we want to pivot it there. We don't want to move the pivot. Okay. We can figure this out, but for now... So that's the height. This thing is weird. But anyway, we can use it like this. I think the projection depth can be more, so we can make that like... let's say 5. Right, and then we can lift it up. Yeah, something like that. And we make sure it only uses terrain and not default for its projections. Okay, now it's broken because this piece of terrain that I'm standing on, which is my original tower entrance, doesn't have the correct setting. So let's just fix that to terrain. There we go, and we can go back into our ranger, and we can see, or even our base character, we can see our line. So now we have a line, which helps us orientate which way the characters are looking. Okay, so this one doesn't necessarily have to be good because we'll change it inside of the ranger itself. So the ranger now has an attack indicator, and we can change out whatever we want. So let's see. Let's create a decal for the ranger. So we'll go into decals and we'll create a new material. Okay. And we'll call this the ranger attack indicator. Okay. And it is a material of type a decal. Now I'm gonna use the basic shader graph decal. I'm not gonna make some funny thing, and we can select a nice looking arrow or something like this, arrow or arrow 2. Okay, so let's grab that. And normal map, normal blend, don't know. Let's just leave it like that for now. And then what we can do is we can go to our attack indicator for the ranger, and we can change out our material. And boom, we got a nice looking arrow for our ranger. Okay. Now, this is not a good... What the hell is this? The range? Damn. Okay, so we can make this longer, obviously, if we wanted. So it's not scaling very well. And I guess that's what this other thing did. Okay, let's see if I can't make it move up a little bit like that. Yeah, so that should be okay for the decal. Okay, it still pivots around my player. Looks forward. Okay, yeah, so the other decal thing that I had could do some fancy things with scaling, which made it look a little bit better, I guess. But this is good enough for now. Okay, so we'll make it 20. Again, the height, we'll give it a pivot. Okay, that's all good. Okay, so that's the new decal for the ranger. Okay, and all we need to do now is in the in this script, you need to make it so that it can show and hide. So we could do it exactly like this. It's kind of bad, but you know, it worked. I can come back and fix this later. Okay, so we hide that one. So on update, we check is targeting. That seems a bit funny. So if we are targeting, we're setting this thing to true. Will we do that every frame? That seems unnecessary. But okay, we'll leave it like that for now. And we can effectively remove this component from the Ranger then. Righto. Did something go wrong here? It disappeared for a minute. Okay, so that's the Ranger sorted. Okay, let's check the Knight, for instance. Okay, so here we have a Knight now. He's got an ugly attack indicator. So the Knight kind of does an area damage like that. So if we grab its attack indicator, we should create a new material decal for him. We'll just duplicate the Ranger one, call it the Knight attack indicator. Right, and we'll find something else that's not an arrow, I think. So his indicator, I'm not sure exactly what I want to make it, but it's like a half circle or something like that. I might have an idea. Don't want to make it too, insane. Just a nice white thing is fine. Damn, I have so many textures here. Let's search for decal. Okay, so we could keep it. Oh, these arcs are kind of cool. I'm just going to keep it simple. Let's grab this circle. Right? Okay, then we go attack indicator. And we just make this the Knight attack decal instead of the circle. And okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so the width and the height should be the same, but also not that big. So let's think about this. Now, there's a couple of ways we can scale this. I think if I do this, yeah, it cuts it. That's interesting. Is it good? I don't know. Yeah, I don't need to change that. Ugh. What just happened? Hello? Did I hide the Knight? What the hell is that? Okay. Anyway, we can grab the indicator. And I guess we just move the offset like so, and then we move the width. Okay, so we kind of want to look at it from the top, so it kind of aligns with what we expect. Okay, the height looks kind of terrible like that. I mean, generally speaking, this doesn't look very good. Okay, let's make the height 3.5. Let's make the width 7. Okay, that might be too much, but anyway, let's move it up. Okay, so the width cannot be 7, so something like that. I mean, is it perfect? Not at all. But we're gonna keep it. No, let's do that. Okay, let's think about the duck. So how would the duck look? I think it's gonna be very similar to the knight, actually, just smaller. So I'm just not gonna worry about it and grab the knight decal. Yeah, and do some similar things. Okay, so the first thing I think we do, just set this to 0 and 0 or something like that, and then we do height adjustment somewhere there, and we'll do a width adjustment somewhere there. Then we do a crop, something like that. Okay, is it perfect? No. So it would be kind of cool if I could do this type of thing, right? Make a V and not just cut it off at the end. But you know, if the lines were like that, but I have no idea how to edit the projector in that way. I might just have to, you know, make something that way. Yeah, I think it's just always going to be a pivot box, right? So I need to be very clever if I wanted to get that working. Right, or I need to use a different type of texture that I scale. You know, one that already kind of does that. Okay, but that looks okay. Maybe it's a little bit too wide still. Maybe I need to move it forward a bit more, like there. Something like that is probably better. Okay, so there we have an indicator for that guy. And now, okay, so this is going to be difficult for the wizard, right? Because the wizard, he's got something else going for him. He shoots fireballs that explode in a big area. Okay, yeah, so they spawn over there, and then they fly, and then they explode. And I want to keep this simple, so let's try it. Okay, so the first thing I think we should do, obviously, is, you know, just grab the thing. Oh wait, that's not what I wanted. Hey man. Where's my wizard? Why is this happening? Ah, geez, now I'm clicking on all the wrong ones. Wizard, please. La 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 la. Okay, decal. Okay, let's see. So we want some kind of a circle, right? There's some interesting... Okay, so those don't work. Alright, you know what, let's use that one. So let's make it a 12 by 12. You know, it's probably like a 15 by 15, if I'm honest. And we move it all the way up to like there. I think I can actually see this in the zones. Not quite, right, because it's 12.87. Would that work? No, it's not going to work. Okay, but something like that. Yeah, I don't know if it's big enough or anything like that, but that should be the decal for the fireball. Theoretically. Okay. Let's just leave that and let's give it a play. Now, I hope... I might have caused myself a few problems here by enabling these characters. I think it's a problem. I don't remember if I fixed this ever, but I don't want to deal with it now. So let's just go play the game and see. See them good decals. Okay, so we'll start off with the Robin. Right, because we... Okay, that's ridiculously big. Okay, I need to scale that down. That is insane. Yeah, but it does work. It does work. It goes atop of terrains. Yeah. Okay, so it's working. It's just ugly. Okay, let's see you. Okay, it's not so bad. It's not a good predictor. It might be too big. I don't know. So we could test it with a. Let's see. Yeah, okay, no, it's too big as well. Okay, so we need to fix it. Okay, but at least, like, it works. And it gives you some idea where your fireball's gonna land, right? Which is cool. I feel like that is definitely something we missed previously, so this is helpful. Let's see the melee characters. So, okay, I think, yeah, this is not bad either. Is it beautiful? I mean, not really, but it is working. And it does help a little bit to see your character, to tell what he's trying to hit, right? Okay. Okay, not all these. Some of these decals are... Okay. There's a bit of weirdness going on here. Let's grab the chicken. Ach, the duck. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, so the sizing and stuff like that is not great, but at least it works. I'm happy with the fact that they work. So obviously now it's just tweaking, but that's like the name of 99% of the game, right? It's tweaking stuff. Hey, Gavarian. How's it going, man? You came just in time to say goodbye. Yeah, how do you like my... I figured out how to make decals appear. So now you can see where the bombs are going to fall. I made it so that the frogs now do predictive throwing, so they don't throw where you are, they throw where you're gonna be, which is kind of insane. But you have a warning now, and I made the flight time on the bomb. Okay, this decal's terrible. I really need to make that one smaller. It's huge. But yeah, I think it's shaping up, right? It's looking like a game. Almost ready to publish that demo. Okay, let's just go fix I don't know. Somehow this looked fine here, but then in the game it's like, holy moly, this is terrible. Okay, let's see. Height. So let's make it shorter. And definitely thinner. You know, even shorter, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's better. And then the wizard also is too big, but I'm not entirely sure exactly what to scale it to, because the way the fireballs work is a little bit different as well. They explode on at a certain amount, after a certain amount of time, right? So I'll have to do a bit of calculation to see where to put this indicator. But it's definitely too big, that's for sure. Like the explosion radius is not that big. But yeah, I don't know exactly. We need to essentially look at the bomb, the fireball spawner, to tell. Oh, actually, I don't pull my fireballs, I just realized. Huh. Well, I mean, it's not like the arrows and things that you shoot millions of, so it's probably not that bad. Yeah, so how does this work? Fireball is flying, so transform dot multiplied by fireball speed. Yeah, so fireball speed is essentially... we have speed and we have time. Let's see what they are. So the fireball speed is 30. Explode time is 2. So technically, it should be moving 30 units in 2 seconds and then exploding. I doubt that is exactly what's happening here. Yeah, it's definitely not doing that. Oh wait, this is a serialized field, so I probably tweaked this. Okay, so we need to look for the fireball projectile and see on the manager here what I made it. So explode time 0.4. Okay, so it is moving 30 times 0.4, 12 units. Okay, that makes more sense. And the radius is 5. Okay, so then we can go to the wizard. And we can take this attack indicator. So the radius is actually 5, so this is 10 by 10. And then the distance it travels is 12. Right? That is the distance. That is our Y offset, right? If it's 0, that's exactly on top of me. I think it's 12, but it spawns... yeah, so we need to take into consideration that the spawn point is... Yeah, it is in front of the character by 4.5 units. So that means we need to do 16.5 here. Yeah, because it moves 12s, but it spawns... Yeah. Okay, so that should be a little bit more accurate, which is nice. And, you know, we can quickly go and check it out. No, we don't want the crocodile enemy. Ooh, the crocodile boss enemy. I have nightmares about that guy. Because I need to fix him. He's terrible. And fixing terrible things takes a lot of time. But he is required. He needs to be good. Okay, we'll just test out the ranger and the wizard, and then I think I'm going to call it a day, guys. It's been 4.5 hours. Hey, Leo Shinorai. Oh, jeez, I lost it. Rayon? Leo, I'll call you Leo. It's fine, right? Okay, let's test out the owl. Okay, so okay, it seems like I am still overshooting a little bit. Okay. Yeah, I am overshooting a little bit, but I think the radius is better. Yeah, but it's a little bit too far still, so if... Yeah. Okay, yeah, so we need to move in to there. Huh. It's interesting how that works out. So we need to move it back a bit. Shino Ryon. Ah, okay. Okay. Let's just check the Ranger. That is an improvement. I could do even better, I think. But that does help already. Okay. Good. So we can tweak the wizard a little bit more. Let's just see attack indicators. So, yeah, let's just make it like 15, I think. 1.5 less. Okay. Obviously, I could do this exactly if I really wanted to, but I don't intend on doing this. Also, I think actually the fireball spawn point is offset on the X. So that could mean that I need to change... that's a bit annoying, isn't it? No, I shouldn't have to change anything. No, it should be fine. Okay, people. Let's all take a deep breath. It's been 4.5 hours of streaming and developing this game on a Sunday morning. That is... It's quite enough, I think. I'm going to send you guys off with a Ono raid. Let's see if there's anybody else, streaming at this time. I don't know who these people are. Okay, I know some of these people. There we go. Starting the raid. And ending the stream. It's been good, but I'm tired, damn. It's a lot of Sunday morning work. There we go. Okay, everybody. Cheerio. See you next time.